we're back. Hope you guys had a good day. Time for the nightly stream. Family emergency. So, a little late start. All is well, all is well. With that being said, kept y'all waiting long enough. Might change the stream up a little bit. I don't know if I'm ready to listen to that presidential speech right now. You know, we'll listen to parts of it. I will save it. We'll save it for a little bit because this is an hour and 12 minutes, and it's already a late start, guys. We're gonna have to bypass some shit. We'll save it for tomorrow. You know, no. Here, we'll do this. We'll save the other content for tomorrow. Got it.
Very respected gentleman, and I'm thrilled to announce today that the MAC will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time.
20 billion.
Double or even somewhat more than double.
That's how you open up a speech. 20 billion.
Thing, and
that'd be killing
I
people
believe he
over
will
20
say
billion.
that he's doing it because of the fact that he was very inspired by the election. They wouldn't do it without that election. I can tell you a lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from 100 to $200 billion. And we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it.
Let's roll it out.
Somewhat more quietly, and some don't. And they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest.
So there's a rich
area, and also to
billionaire out there, unnamed, donating billions of dollars because Biden just misused all the fucking money and there ain't no money. So yeah.
keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence. He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know, with AI. In particular, the first phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places. And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been amazing news for me and my family when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in U.S. to a very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury units and another 45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world, in Asia, Europe, and Middle East. And we're very, very excited now with his leadership and his open strategy and policy to encourage businesses to come to U.S. For the last 4 years, we've been waiting for this moment. And we're planning to invest $20 billion and even more than that if the opportunity in the market allow us. But at the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering for the AI and cloud business for the hyperscalers.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
President.
honor. Thank you very much. So nice. And that man knows what he's doing. He knows. So, Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulations and rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion or more, and we'll do this for people with far less too, but we guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years. I saw it with plants in Louisiana where I got it approved in literally a week. They were through the review in 1 week after spending 14 and a half years trying to get it, and they were going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself over the years, and I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played, and much of it is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened. We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation is continuing to rage, and interest rates are far too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people and that they voted for. We had a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people, millions. And they're still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. They have places where they're still counting votes. President Biden's actions yesterday on offshore drilling, banning offshore drilling, will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby, drill. And we're going to be drilling in a lot of other locations. And the energy costs are going to come way down. They'll be brought down to a very low level. And that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New scam. All this money, trillions of dollars. It's like throwing it right out the window, what they're doing. And they're trying to spend so much now. They're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project at all, if it's certified under the Green New scam. And they don't work, and it's too expensive. And, you know, they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot. And, you know, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. Even to this day, they're playing with the courts. They have their friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many. I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones. And the press made such a big deal out of them, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people saw that. You know, when they vote, when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. That tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. Everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel, you took a look at that attack on October 7th, the attack on Israel, with the horrible way they got out. Not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them. But we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with 13 dead and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about them. The way they got out was outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and specifically the Taliban. It's the group. And we were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal, where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like that, the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now, and that's going to all end.
Oh,
we have
yeah,
a great
brother.
military. I defeated ISIS, as you know. We're in no wars. I just finished a couple, and we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have been gobbled up with two armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000. Getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. I got criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And we did a great job, and we're going to do it even better.
Yeah,
job,
we got to
because
be
now we have a
saving lives,
tremendous amount of
mate.
experience. We have people that I can rely on. But the 625 million acres, people can't realize, it's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean.
This is crazy.
And that's
Big
our
facts.
strength, you know? People can say we manufacture, we don't manufacture. The thing we have oil and gas more than anybody in the world. And we're going to have more of it, too. But they took away 625 million acres of offshore drilling. Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we need to. I don't think we should have to go to the courts. But if we do have to go to the courts, you know, they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you. Because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about. That's a sick group of people. And it was all to influence the election. It was all a fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country. We have had that in certain countries. We've had that in third-tier countries. We've had that in banana republics, but we've never had that in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy with his robe, his purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job. But we won all of those cases with him. And, I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it. And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage. You know, the left, as we call them, the radical left, they have a way, they play the ref, and they play it very hard. They play the ref. They go and say horrible things about judges and prosecutors, And some judges and prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking. It's worse than talking to a judge. But the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, was brilliant and tough, and she didn't stand for it. And I don't know her. And never met her until the case, and I don't believe I said even one word to her. But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant. And her opinion was so brilliant that they dropped their appeal. They couldn't beat the appeal. So that's what we're up against. So they say we're going to have a smooth transition. All they do is talk. It's all talk. Everything they do is talk. We're going to have a smooth transition. And then they take 625 million acres and they essentially landmark it so you can't ever drill there again. Well, we're going to be drilling soon. We're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all sorts of things that nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember and just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday. I couldn't believe the size of it. I mean, you put down a map and put this up. It's just massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, $40 to $50 trillion. That's more than our national debt. Essentially, he's thrown it away. He's thrown it away. He's taken $50 trillion. So if we owe $35 trillion, he's taken $50
That's a lot
trillion
of fucking money.
value and thrown it right out the window. We can't do that. Nobody can do that. One other thing he did yesterday, which was in many ways worse. It's hard to believe it.
And the government officials that signed off on
gas
that?
heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric. And
yeah, dude, I have electric heat on right now. I get so itchy in the winter.
They're much better. They work
Dries
much
out
better.
the
They
air.
look much better. 60% of homes and apartments have gas heaters. He wants them all removed quickly. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain. It comes down from heaven. And they want to do, no water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long, you know. No water comes out of the faucet. You want to wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can have all the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes weird, especially in certain areas. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. But these are all things. They want very, very little water to go into your dishwasher, almost none. And you know what people do? They just keep pressing, 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 keep it going. They end up using more water. Likewise, washing machines. They want in your washing machine to have very little water coming out of the washing machine. So when you wash your clothing, you have to wash it 4 times instead of once. You end up using more water. We're a party of common sense, and things that I'm telling you now is really all about common sense. On January 20th, we'll turn the economy around very quickly, because right now when I think of our economy, I think about inflation. That's what we have. We have inflation, I believe, at a level that we never had before. There's never been anything like it. And over the next 4 years, the United States is going to take off like a rocket ship. But really, it's already doing it. If you take a look, just last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion. I think it'll be 200. He said between 100, and I said, how about making it 200? And he sort of said yes, but let's say it's 100, but it might be 200, right, Brian? Dollars, United States, creating more than 100,000 jobs. Hussein just announced a tremendous investment that he's going to make, and that That's money that's in the bank. He's going to come and do it, and he'll do a great job, and he'll build the best centers in the country, I guarantee, because I know the way he builds. Since my election, the stock market has set records. The S&P 500 index has broken above 6,000 points for the first time ever, never even close. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points. It's not a 41. It went up 41 points. And that's the largest in the 39-year history of the group that does it. According to Gallup, the American people's confidence in the economy has just surged to the highest level in history. That's why I have a news conference like that. I take the greatest business leaders in the world. I say, hey, do you want to say you're going to invest the money? They're not looking for news conferences. They're saying, what am I doing here? They go in and they invest money, but it's good to know where the smartest business people in the world are investing, and they're investing in the United States. Mm-hmm. So we've done this all in 2 months of not being there. You know, we haven't been there. And it's pretty amazing, and we think we're going to do some really great things, really great things. We're being respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and they were supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing to do. You know, it's the most expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively. It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries. They laugh at us because they think we're stupid, but we're not stupid anymore. So the Panama Canal is under discussion with them right now. They violated every aspect of the agreement, and they've morally violated it also. And they want our help because it's leaking and not in good repair. And they want us to give $3 billion to help fix it. I said, well, why don't you get the money from China? Because China's basically taken it over. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal. And they come to see this Biden, this guy who should never have been allowed even to run for president. Of course, she shouldn't have either, because that never happened. I had to be 2 people, not 1. But they want $3 billion to fix the Panama Canal that's run by China and makes a lot of money, China. One of the most profitable structures ever built, because you have ships lined up back to Florida, frankly, and they just keep going through, and the numbers are staggering, $500,000 to $1 million a ship. And they took it away from us, meaning we gave it to them for $1. But not going to happen. What they've done to us, they've charged us, they've overcharged our ships, overcharged our Navy. And then when they need repair money, they come to the United States to put it up. We get nothing. Those days are over. Working with the Republican majorities in Congress, will cut taxes, slash regulations, raise wages, and boost incomes at a pace the world has not seen before, and certainly not from our country. We had a big chunk of it for the first 3 years prior to COVID coming in my administration. We had the greatest economy in history. We cut the most regulations in the history of our country, and I did that all in 4 years. By 4 times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years. And we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our stores will once again be stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one.
So he wants to take it back or make them pay. 'Cause they're not getting our help now.
Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister, you'll win in a,
This is
it'll take 2
crazy.
seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better. But no, something's going to have to be done. Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive deficit with Mexico, and we help Mexico a lot. They're essentially run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. And we're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there, and it's ours. We're going to be changing, sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Yeah, baby.
Which is a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate. And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too. And the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers, record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada, substantial tariffs. And we want to get along with everybody, but you know, they have to. It takes two to tango. We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a golden age for America. We have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have, number one, nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one. We were number 3. I made us number 1 in a very short period of time in drilling. And you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time, they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more expensive than clean natural gas. So we're going to try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. You know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive towers, I mean, they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have 170 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster it's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. You know, after 10 years, you have to redo them. And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term windmills standing. They're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down. And you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say. So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately, to all of the other elements of what we do and what we're going to do, to take $50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet, because some man that has no idea what he's doing, has no idea. You know it, I know it, the Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a big thing, but you'll need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big deal in terms of the future. China is already building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities. And you know how they're being fired up? With coal. They're being fired up with coal. And we're going to build bigger and better ones. People like Hussein that are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well because I know how he does it, but they're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get their permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you go into grid, the grids are old.
Gotta have a strong grid, that's for
In other
sure.
words, build your electric facility
This shit's
alongside of
crazy.
your plant. And you could have extra output if
I
you
just gotta
want,
listen to
because
all the
once you build
fucking
it, you can make it
facts
larger
he's
pretty
spitting.
inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened in the list since we won the election. Couple of months since we won the election, the whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries have called me. They said, thank you, thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're going to have to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine. That's a disaster. I look at numbers every week, the number of people being killed in that war. People don't know, mostly soldiers now. But the towns have been obliterated. This was a Biden fiasco that he got as that should have never happened. If we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, Russia would have never, ever gone in. But they did go in, and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people have largely left. And the soldiers are killing each other at levels that haven't been seen since the Second World War. So we'll have to get that one straightened out, too. That's a tough one. Much tougher than it would have been before it started, I can tell you that. A deal could have been made just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you all for coming. We'll take a couple of questions. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
President, thank you. Wanted to touch on the world on fire that you mentioned, but let's start, if we could, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal now because, you know, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of the Carter legacy. But he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person, but that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive, they say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure, which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away was a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election, even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
If I could just follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On Ukraine, you said just before it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
Do you believe?
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started. You've
Well,
got
not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So
they're
you've got
like,
what you've got. At this point, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment to the Ukrainians that you will keep supporting them during the negotiations?
well, I wouldn't tell you
And
if that were the
would you
case.
make a commitment to provide a security guarantee if they do enter into an armistice or a ceasefire
Yeah.
along the lines that the French and the Germans?
So, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard the way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate to be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about NATO than I. You know, years ago when I first started this, I didn't know too much about NATO, but I got it right anyway. I said they're taking advantage. I'm the one that got, and the Secretary General was here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying, or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion. That was the number he gave, by saying, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. And as soon as I said that, the money came pouring in. But Obama could have said it. Other people could have said it. Bush could have said it. Nobody said it but me. I took a lot of heat. They said, oh, that's a threatening statement. Well, they weren't paying their bills. I said, we're not going to protect you if you're not paying the bills. So in a true sense, I saved NATO, but NATO's taken advantage of us. And one of the problems that I have, and I've said it openly, I said it to President Zelensky, Europe is in for a tiny fraction of the money that we're in. Now, whether you like that situation or not, Europe is much more affected than the United States. We have a thing called the ocean in between us, right? Why are we in for billions and billions of dollars more money than Europe? And, you know, they're a similar size, a little smaller, but they're a similar size economy as the United States when you add them up. And yet Europe is in for a small fraction of the number the United States is in. Now, Biden could have called them up during the term. That's what I did. I said, you have to pay your bills. And they all, one stood up. I won't say who. You'll probably have it, because the papers, the media hated to report on it. But a prime minister stood up from a country, you know, a famous meeting of 28 nations with no press, no anybody in the room. He stood up. He says, does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%. But at that point it was 2%, but many people didn't pay. Some people didn't pay anything. But many people were way, including Germany. Germany was at less than 1%.
You're going to press for 5%?
Well, I think NATO should have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2%. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, you know, they're in dangerous territory. I think it should be, they can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%. I'm the one that got them to pay 2%. But a gentleman stood up, a prime minister stood up, and he said to me, sir, could I ask you a question? You're saying we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, will the United States protect us from Russia? I said, if you don't pay, you mean you're delinquent? He said, yes. He said, if you're delinquent, we will not protect you. I took a lot of heat. Although it was somewhat closed door, I took a lot of heat from the media. And you know what happened? The money started pouring in. That's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said it was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you even if you don't pay. But that's not the way life works.
Mr. President, two questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office you were going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please. Please.
On Jack Smith's report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's good to see you again. 2 questions about Syria and the ongoing war in Gaza. About Syria, the Pentagon disclosed last month the U.S. has some 2,000 troops in Syria. That's almost double the number initially we were told of 900. Will you keep that troop capacity the same upon taking
Well, I won't tell you that because it's part of a military strategy, but I will say it was Turkey. Turkey's been after that country in different names and different forms and shapes for 2,000 years. Those people that went in are from Turkey. And President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about, the Kurds. I don't know how long that's going to, because they're natural enemies. They hate each other. But he didn't do that yet. And he didn't do it in the past also. He started, and I said, please don't do that, and he didn't do it. So, but if you look at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened, Iran was weakened, and he's a very smart guy. And he sent his people in there through different forms and different names, and they went in and they took over, and that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have concerns about HTS taking control of
By the way, I
Syria
have
at this point?
the envoy here. Is that in the back? It is. Standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve. You've been working endlessly for months, and he's working specifically on the hostages, trying to get them back.
Well, that was my second question is Hamas.
Steve, come up for a second. Maybe you might want to say a couple of words.
Sir,
I didn't-
Hamas released another hostage.
I didn't know Steve was going to be here, actually.
Neither did I.
He's done a fantastic job, and it's a dangerous job, too, and we appreciate it. He didn't know about this kind of danger and the other deal-making he does. Now he sees a lot of big danger. Come on up, Steve.
Mr. President, can I ask you a second part of that? Hamas
Yeah,
released
just one
another
second,
hostage
please.
video.
I'm going to give you a little report on the hostages, if I can. Steve? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. Well, I think we're making a
Who
lot
the
of
hell
progress.
is this?
And I don't want to say too much because I think they're doing a really good job back in Doha. I'm leaving tomorrow back to go to Doha. But I think that we've had some really great progress, and I'm really hopeful that by the inaugural, we'll have some good things to announce on behalf of the President. I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the President, his reputation, the things that he has said that are driving this negotiation. And so hopefully it'll all work out and we'll save some lives. I believe we've been on the verge of it. I don't want to discuss sort of what's delayed it. There's no point to be negative in any way. But I think it's the President, his stature, what he said he expects, the red lines he's put out there, that's driving this negotiation. I'm going back probably either this evening or tomorrow night.
Are you confident there'll be a deal before January 20th, or is that something that's likely to happen, if there's a deal even at all? And we've been hearing this now for the better part of.
I know.
since October 7th.
I would say,
They better be.
right. I would say that the president is exasperated. I don't want to talk for him, but look, I don't know anyone who delegates better than President Trump. He gives us a lot of authority to speak on his behalf, and he exhorts us to speak emphatically. And emphatically means you better do this, because the alternative.
Do you think they're waiting for President Trump to take office?
No, I think they heard him loud and clear. Better get done by the inaugural.
But when you say all hell will
Before
be
I
paid,
take
or
office.
that all hell must be paid if they don't release the
You know what that
hostages.
means, don't you?
Well-
Do I have to define it for you? Look, all
No, I know
hell
you're not
will
gonna
break out.
telegraph
If
what-
those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Can you elaborate?
And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is. And they should have given them back a long time. They should have never taken them. There should have never been the attack of October 7th. People forget that. But there was, and many people are killed. They're no longer
Saving
hostages.
lives over
I have
here.
people from Israel and others calling, begging me to get, we had also people there from the United States, just so you know. They're holding some so-called hostages from the U.S. But I've had mothers come to me and fathers crying, can I get the body of their son back? Can I get the body of their daughter back? That beautiful girl where they threw her in the car, pulled her by her ponytail and threw her in the car like she was a sack of potatoes. I said, what happened to her? Sir, she's dead. Like a 19, 20-year-old beautiful girl. And the way they treated her. And I just say it this very simply. Steve's got a job to do. He's a great guy, great negotiator, great person. They respect him over there already. It's what we needed over there. We have people that know everything about the Middle East, but they can't speak properly. They don't know. He's a great negotiator. That's what I needed. I could have sent that gentleman right over there, Hussein. He's a great negotiator. There are people, they're rare. Great negotiators are very rare, like a great surgeon. But we have the right person. But I tell this, I don't want to hurt the negotiation. If the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You've done a great job.
Thank you.
More than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it, and we're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. She had never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you this, the person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. The other thing is, when they talk, there was never charges of insurrection or anything like that. But if there were, this would be the only insurrection in history where people went in as insurrectionists with not one gun, okay? And let me tell you, the people that you're talking about have a lot of guns in their home for hunting and for shooting and for entertainment, a lot of good reasons. But there wasn't one gun that they found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? They know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is. The status of the FBI has gone down so far, and the status of the DOJ, or as I call it, the Department of Justice, it's the Department of Injustice. It's being laughed at all over the world. And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with Kash Patel and with other people that we're putting in, that will all come back. If you do a poll in the FBI, I guarantee I'm at like 90% with the agents of the FBI, but they have hurt that incredible place. Law enforcement, you think of the FBI, they raided this house. By the way, they could have told me, could I see this? I would have given them, I actually told them, come in anytime you want. You can see anything. They raided the house, and the case was dismissed. And now I'm in litigation. I'm suing them for doing that. And I feel so badly doing it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm suing the United States, but I'm suing them for other things, too. The FBI has gone so, its reputation has been so horribly hurt between Comey, who is the worst, and all of the others. What's happened to the FBI is, and we're going to make it great again. We're going to make the FBI great again. We're going to make the Department of Justice fair and strong, but fair again. Because all they did was attack me because I'm their political opponent, and that includes with local judges like Marchand. You ought to find out. Ask them, why do I have a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak? Think of it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million
finally, it's a
because it was good for
fucking
that case.
scam.
He actually valued that chandelier is worth more than $18 million. He valued this house as $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're very happy about that. Please.
Back on Greenland, your position is clear, but have you directed your staff to take any specific actions to draw plans? And can you elaborate again? You didn't rule out military coercion in
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Have you asked your staff to draw plans for acquisition? I mean, are you active?
No, we're not at that stage, but we have people. I haven't even entered office yet.
Secondly, sir, Elon Musk has drawn some criticism and a lot of attention for some of his actions and provocative statements about foreign affairs, including in Europe. Your reaction to that, is that appropriate for...
You mean where he likes people that tended to be conservative? I don't know the people. I can say Elon's doing a good job, very smart guy. I don't know the people you're talking about. He was, I know he said some negative things about a couple of people that are running for office, but that's not so unusual. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask you about Ukraine and Putin. How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the Ukraine situation?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because, you know, every day people are being, many, many young people are being killed, soldiers. You know, the land is very flat, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers from each, many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead, and they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect.
Holy
There's
shit.
landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's
Holy
very flat.
shit.
It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets.
Within the
I hope
first
so.
3 to 6 months?
I hope to have 6 months.
First 3 to 6
No,
months.
I would think, I hope long before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened.
Oh, that would have fucking for sure never happened.
I'd like to nominate to replace Michael Barr as vice chair of the Military Board.
I'll be announcing somebody.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstances
all
will
right.
it ever be the 51st
Then
state.
maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't care.
You had suggested.
Listen,
that
I don't care what he says.
But Sir real fast, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada.
We definitely do.
So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, you know, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, you know, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. You know, again, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We got a lot of milk. We got a lot of everything, and we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well,
hell yeah.
Why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors, but we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's
give
okay
them, make their own, they can make their own deficit.
But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything.
Who the fuck would want it?
We're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news. You may not be aware of this, but it looks like Canon has blocked the DOJ from releasing the Smith's report until further court proceedings. Get your thoughts on that.
Wow, that's a big story.
Yeah.
So, if I get it right, the fake witch hunt started by the DOJ having to do with books and records, and Biden had many more, and he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act, I was. But all of that fake stuff that took the lives of people, I mean, literally destroyed people. People are destroyed because of what they did, destroyed. But we got to be president. But Biden did it for 40 years. He did it when he was a senator. That was illegal. And they ruled it was illegal. How about that? They said, it's illegal, but he's unfit to stand trial. So he can stand and be president of the United States, but the prosecutor found that he's unfit for trial. I was going to use that as a major talking point, but I never got to use it because all of a sudden I had a new candidate who was also sort of unfit to stand trial, right? But so what you're saying is that the judge just blocked the, so Cannon was thrown off the case. They dropped their appeal because he had no case. They dropped all of that, the lawsuits against us. They lost the lawsuit. So this is deranged Jack Smith. So he dropped the lawsuits. He was told to by the DOJ because they had no lawsuit. They lost in court in front of a very strong and a very brilliant judge. They lost in court, and that pertained to other cases in other courts. So he wanted to do a report just before I take office, probably. So he'll do like a 500-page report, and it'll be a fake report, just like the investigation was a fake investigation. And I said, well, wait a minute. This guy was thrown off in disgrace. In disgrace. He's going back to The Hague or wherever they're going to send him. In disgrace. Because he failed so badly. Because it was a fake case against a political opponent. They thought they were going to use this to beat me. So what you're saying is, I'm just hearing that they're not allowed to issue the report. So if they're not allowed to issue the report, that's the way it should be. Because he was thrown off the case in disgrace. Why should he be allowed to write a fake report? It'll only be a fake report. That's great news. Yeah. Good.
And if I can just follow up real quickly, you want to comment, many Americans are angry that we're sending millions of dollars every month to the Taliban. Do you
It's not even believable. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions. We pay billions of dollars.
He brought it up.
Essentially the Taliban, Afghanistan.
We are.
And that's given by Biden. That's the same man that took away $50 to $60 trillion worth of value from the United States. Think of it. Probably our most valuable asset. Took away our most valuable
our fucking
asset.
money.
This
Another
can't be allowed
value
to
of our
happen.
money.
We are now a nation of common sense.
Nation
when he
under
does
God,
that,
brother.
625 million acres. This can't be allowed to happen. Thank you for the information. Yes, most other people probably knew about it, but they wouldn't have told me, right?
Mr. President, on the campaign trail, you vowed to bring down the prices at grocery stores very fast.
Yeah, we won't
but
do it
then
fast.
You recently told Time Magazine that bringing down prices would be very hard. So what can the American people expect when you get into office?
It's always hard to bring down prices when somebody else has screwed something up like they did, but we'll bring them down. We'll get them down. Energy is going to bring down prices. We're going to have a lot of energy. And energy is what
cheaper
brought it
fuel.
up. Energy and their bad spending is what brought it up, and energy is going to bring it down. We're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reduction.
Here's the thing. You get your farm, use your gas to fucking fill up the trucks, to grow the grass, to feed the cow. Now you eat the cow. Now you fill the truck up, get rid of the cow. Now you fill that truck up, process the cow. Now you fuel this truck up to ship it out to the supermarket. Now you fuel up. See how much fuel and energy that is used in between that you don't realize? And that all the points of fuel that I'm just brushing over and not even talking about. Fuel is money. If everything costs a lot, it's because of fuel. Because it takes to transport.
As an example, food.
And that's just
bacon,
how it works.
Ham, apples, everything has gone through the roof. It's one of the reasons I won. So as you know, I said it, inflation was one of the reasons I won, but I think the biggest reason I won was the fact that they are allowing prisoners to come into our country. They released their prisoners, their murderers. Thousands of murderers are now walking around the streets of our cities and farmland all over. Murders, people that have killed. Many, 32% have killed more than one person. They released them from their jails, their prisons, and their mental institutions and insane asylums
and then send them
into our
here.
country. I believe that's the reason we got such a large vote. All right, maybe one or two more questions. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead, you go.
Sir, can you, President Carter is laying in state today in Washington. You had some harsh words for him about the Panama Canal. Is there any disconnect there? Do you feel a little bit bad about doing that on this day?
No, I liked him as a man. I disagreed with his policy. So, hey, he thought giving away the Panama Canal was a good thing. I think it cost him the election. That and the hostages. I actually think that was a bigger factor because that's a deal that just should not have been made. But, again, this was a question that was asked of me. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to bring up the Panama Canal because of Jimmy Carter's death. But people don't bring it up. But you and other people have asked me about it. No, it's a deal that I was very strongly against. I was a young guy when this took place, but just why would we spend all of that money, lose 38,000 people to malaria, the mosquito? They were dying. It was horrible what was happening. They paid them 4 times more than they would make in the United States, but they knew they were going to go over there and die. And they died in the jungles of malaria. There was nothing we could do to stop it. 38,000. And then we gave it away for $1.
We died for that shit, dude.
Without getting their agenda through Congress, you appeared to open the door in your radio interview yesterday for a 2-bill approach. Is it still your preference for one big, beautiful bill, as you have said?
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will. But if 2 is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early. Now, you have to understand, for immigration and for the wall, we won the case on the wall. They tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't get away with that.
We had, fortunately, a judge that stopped that. But
Jesus.
They were already discarding
Thank
the
goodness.
wall. And 5 cents on the dollar. And you know what they were doing? They were calling us up and saying, we'll sell it back to you at 200 cents. In other words, double what we paid for it. So they were going to buy it from this guy for 5 cents on the dollar. They were making deals. And fortunately, we had a very smart judge that stopped it cold. I think he called for an investigation, too, and he should.
Oh,
But
yeah, he
think of it.
should.
They were selling the wall. That was exactly the wall that the Border Patrol wanted. That was designed by them. Steel, concrete, rebar, exactly as they want. Very, very heavy steel, very powerful steel, hard to cut. Very, very heavy, 7,000-pound concrete, which is a very strong concrete. Everything was top of the line. Very expensive. Would be double what we paid for it then, 6 years ago. But let me just tell you, they were selling it for 5 cents on the dollar to people, and those people were calling us, asking us to pay them 200 cents because it's a good deal because we can have it immediately. And you know what immediately is? Just leave it in place. No. The papers haven't written that, though. That deal is like all the other things that these people do. These people either hate our country or they're very stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid because nobody can cheat on elections like they cheat and be stupid. They either hate our country or they're stupid. So remember what I said, because nobody wants to report it. They were selling the wall for 5 cents on the dollar.
I fucking seen
and trying
it.
to resell it back to us for 200 cents or less, but for 200 cents on the dollar. That's a nice return.
They announced that it will stop putting fact checks on posts on its website. And Meta said today it would stop putting fact checks on its website and instead allow community.
Well, I watched their news conference.
Big sucky,
and,
fucky
I thought it was a very
fuckerberg.
good news conference. I think they've
Finally
come
rolled
a
it
long way.
back.
Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it. Actually, I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
I'm not allowed to say that.
To the threats that you have made to him in the past with
Probably. Yeah, probably.
The last time you were here, you were asked a question about the U.S. possibly launching a preemptive strike on Iran. You said you wouldn't answer that question.
On who?
Obviously, on Iran. The U.S. launching a preemptive strike on Iran's nuclear facilities.
And I said I don't talk about it. It's a military strategy.
But it is a legitimate question. It's something that
It's not really, because only a stupid person would answer it. Look, it's a military strategy, and I'm not answering your questions on military strategy. All right, one more. Brian, go ahead. Brian.
Could you give us a preview of what you
Why
might be
the
talking
fuck?
to
Yeah,
the
let's
leaders
just
of
tell the
Congress
world
who
our
expect
military
to come here,
strategy.
in the next couple of days.
Fucking-
You've got a very
Such a stupid
Congress
question.
behind you.
They're great. So we have a wonderful Republican Congress. We have a leader that I have a lot of confidence
Wasting
in. I
our
think he's gonna be
time.
hopefully a great leader, a great speaker. And we have a leader, by the way, in the Senate I think has been great. John Thune has been doing a fantastic job. But it goes through the House first. And the question is whether or not we do the 2 bills or 1 bill. And, look, I can live either way. I like the idea of the one big bill, but I can live either way. But they'll be coming down. The senators also will be coming down. And then ultimately we'll be meeting in the White House in a few weeks. But right now this is the winter season. They sort of call this the winter White House. It was built, I don't know if you know this, Marjorie Meriwether Post and E.F. Hutton built this. It was the greatest of all the estates in our country. And I saved it, and I got a lot of credit for saving it. Most of these big, great houses have been knocked down in Palm Beach. just about all of them actually, and you'd build 10 mansions on one site, but we saved it. But this was built as the Southern White House, and she gave it to the government. And by the way, Jimmy Carter gave it back. He said it's too expensive for the United States. So I didn't realize that.
Real quick, I was just told.
Actually, Jimmy Carter, Nixon was through Watergate. He came down. Nixon came here once, and he thought it was incredible. But he had a thing called Watergate, if anybody remembers that. And so he had other things on his mind.
I remember the Watergate.
And, Jimmy Carter felt that it was too extravagant for the country. So fortunately for me, he gave it back to the foundation, and I bought it from the foundation.
On reconciliation, some Republicans saying in trade for a massive bill that you and they share the interest in, they want to see big spending cuts. Do you agree with that? And what would
Well,
your
I'm okay
companies
with
be on?
spending cuts. I like spending cuts. Just, I'm on the record for spending cuts. And the debt ceiling was given to us. It shouldn't have been, but it was put in our lap. And what I want in terms of debt ceiling isn't the ceiling. I just don't want to see a default. That's all I want. I never talked about spending more money necessarily than all I want to see is no default, because nobody knows what would happen if there was a default. It could be 1929 and it could be nothing. But that was put into our lap, and it shouldn't have been, but it was, and so we'll handle it. But debt ceiling is not about raising a lot of money. It's really just about extending it. I just want to see an extension.
On immigration, how much can you do by executive order? Are you planning to do on executive order when it comes to immigration? And how much do you want Congress to tackle this issue? And also on day one,
Well, I had the safest border in the history of our country by far. You remember the famous chart that I brought down. I love that chart very much for a lot of reasons. But I have the safest border by far in the history of our country. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Nothing like it is now. This is 10 times worse. I got elected because of the border the first time, and I think I got elected largely because of the border the third time. And the second time I did equally well. Well, not as well as the last time, but I did very well. And I will say, this was too big to rig. You know the expression? Too big to rig. They couldn't do it. They tried, but they couldn't do it. I didn't get very much from Congress at all. I just said that we're being invaded, and I took the money out of the military. Much of the wall, I built over 500 miles of wall. Much of that wall was built through money that I put into the military. We took it out because we couldn't get things from Congress in those days, and we took it out. And that wall was built largely with money coming from the military. So, very simple. I went to the military, I said, our country is being invaded by very similar, nothing like what's invading our country now. They weren't releasing prisons into our country, and they weren't releasing mental institutions in, but some bad dudes were coming in, right? And I said, our country is being invaded. And I took that money largely from the military. I was sued 9 times by the Democrats in Congress, and I won all those suits. And we ended up building 571 miles of wall. Once that wall was built, they start going around it. So we're going to add another 200. That would have been up in 3 weeks. And then we had a very unfortunate election result. And they said, we don't want to put it up. We'll sell it. And they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar. What a second. So we'll do this again. I just want to thank everybody very much. I'm just telling you, this will be the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America. We're going to have a great country again. We're a country right now under siege. We have so many different problems, and nobody respects us overseas, but now they do. The Italian Prime Minister, as you know, came here the other night, just flew in and flew out. She wanted to see me. And great respect is being shown when I went to the cathedral in France. Great respect was shown by the Prime Minister, the President, by everybody. France was, and by the way, I have to say they did a great job in the cathedral. But great respect is being shown to our country again. And we have a great country, but we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to break out. Thank you very much.
Ukraine-Russia war
war before you take office? Can you clarify what you mean by military force in the Panama Canal?
There's no one.
Well, shit.
Thank you very much.
I was gonna just jump to the next one. Hold on. This is blurry shit.
So
yeah, things are looking good. Real good in the hood. Like it's gonna be a good year. New year, new me. Haha.
Of the spheres. The gods allowed unholy forces to slip into our domain.
Geralt had to face Eredin, but could only hope to beat him with the help of friends. The Wild Hunt could be defeated with exceptionally powerful magic, so Triss and Yen set out to reconvene the Lodge of Sorceresses. Avalach, too, began to lay plans of his own. The elven sage decided to erode the King of the Hunt's support in his own realm. With Geralt in tow, he ventured through other worlds to the city of Tirnalia. There they found Eredin's viceroy, Gels. Gels had been a loyal subject of the Alder folk's previous king. When he learned Eredin was a regicide, he agreed to help defeat the usurper.
That twisty twitter, Narietta. Fate kicker.
Lady of the night. Back off. I'm
When
taking.
I was a little lad, my stone stank.
Stone stank. Got that stanky leg. What's my other option? Oh, there it is. No, I couldn't see that. Optional tower. This might fuck up my reward. I ain't about to do that. But I'll try it. Damn sure you know I'm gonna try it. Alright. Looking good in the neighborhood. Actually... Okay, I think this is a good setting. Locked. Uh-oh. You didn't see that. It didn't happen. Forget that ever happened. It's when you just wish the fall damage was on point. I'm a Witcher, come on. I can't fall 2-3 stories? Come on. Give you one. Kind of witch is that?
Halt!
Need to see Sienna, urgently.
In the matter of?
Need to interrogate her. New facts have come to light. Need them explained. Seems she was planning your Duquesse's assassination.
Ah, fine then. You're that Witcher who solved the murders, no? Then you've my permission, but only for a few minutes.
Promise to be brief.
Nice. Just tell the truth. So she found out her next step was to
The Witcher will
kill her
speak with the
sister.
inmate. You can take a momentary break.
As long as it's truly but a moment. Highly irregular, this.
Hey,
She's not in
Sienna.
Wonderland?
Sorry to intrude, but I gotta ask you something.
I've nothing to say to you. You're the one who put me in here. Have you forgotten?
Sure, but you are here. So what's the harm in talking? Got something better to do?
What do you want? Be brief.
I'm not gonna
Went to
small
a place
talk
where
on
Beauclair's
fucking
beggars
bullshit.
congregate. Found proof that you'd planned your sister's demise. Anna Henrietta. She was Dettlaff's ultimate target from the start. Your target.
Bravo, Witcher. I congratulate you on your deductive reasoning skills. But what I'd planned has nothing to do with you.
Wrong. Has everything to do with me.
You were hired to kill the beast. Said beast is dead. So go collect your metal and leave me alone. Why must you meddle in everything?
Regis. He's always saying Dettlaff was more animal-like. Less human than him. Might have been so. Dettlaff acted on reflex. Was driven by primordial instincts. Whereas you're driven by cruelty, hatred, and a lust for vengeance. They hired me to kill the beast. True. Thing is, something tells me the real beast is you.
Mm-hmm.
No notion who I am or what drives me.
Well, let me
Actually
then
came
fucking
hoping to
tell
learn
me.
something. It's clear you were out for vengeance. Against those who drove you from the palace? Curse of the Black Sun. That was their reason, right?
It's certainly what they claimed. They said I was dangerous. A mutant. Knights.
Is she the Russian?
Dulac, Delacroix, and Peyrac Peyran. They got the task of whisking me away, abandoning me outside the duchy's borders.
They were following orders.
So they were, though they did so eagerly. Especially when I tried to flee. Crespi beat me unconscious with a whip. The others stood by and watched. Peyton found ample opportunity to take his frustrations out on me, while Dulac and Delacroix insulted me, mocked me. I swore then I would never forget. I would find them all.
Explains a bit. A lot. You had a right to feel rage, resentment. But those motives aren't enough to justify the means you chose.
I didn't expect you to understand. I need no sympathy. Not from you, not from anyone. I regret nothing. If I could turn back time, I'd not decide otherwise at any juncture. They all deserve to be punished.
You probably could have came back.
My sister most of all.
Your sister had no part of the deal.
Your visit's done.
Ah, thank the stars.
I'm sure the guards overheard that. My boots
Commander
in
de la
boots.
Tour would like to see you. Shall we go at once?
Let's go. Want to see
Fucking
him
fast
too.
travel. No bodies left over to miss. Time later.
Damien.
Geralt, it's about time. Ready for the ceremony?
Don't look too good.
Got some important information. Anna Henrietta was supposed to be Detloff and Sienna's 5th victim.
You are certain of this?
Completely. Found proof.
Inconceivable. How could she? The murders, the mayhem she brought down on the city, were they not enough? She sought to strike down her own sister, her liege. Traitor. I must alert my men. Enlarge the Duchess's honor guard. Make certain Sylvia Anna is closely watched during the questioning. I'll see to it personally.
Good.
I thank you, Witcher, for alerting me, and I appreciate your attentiveness. Let's begin the ceremony.
What a
Come
good
with me.
ending.
The Duchess awaits.
That was better than ending up in jail the first time. That looked real bad. Sometimes you just need to retry. Retry.
In the Guild's name, I beg your assistance, your enlightened highness. Without barrels, production will come to a stop, and it will be the end of us.
You lost them all in the fire. These are horrible tidings. Oh, we are most dreadfully saddened.
Yes, your enlightened highness all. Once the beasts had clawed their way into the warehouse, the whole place went up in flames.
I shall dispatch a palace guardsman to examine the site of the blaze. If things are, as you say, fitting compensation shall be paid from the ducal treasury.
Thank you, your enlightened highness.
Nice.
Your
If everybody
Grace,
would have known that, I
Geralt
would have
of
been
Rivia
fucking.
has arrived.
My dear subjects, we come now to our next point of business. Of all the duties which fall upon my shoulders, as the ruler of this dominion, this duty is dearest to my heart. For now, we shall award the Order of Vitis Vinifera, Toussaint's highest honor.
Geralt of Rivia, slayer of the beast of Beauclair, step forth.
From rags to riches, boys.
We bestow the distinction upon the Witcher, who saved Beauclair from the terrible beast. Such is our desire. May the symbol serve as a reminder to all that the Witcher shall forever remain a friend of Beauclair.
Oh. sip that fucking...
In more familiar terms now, I thank you immensely, Geralt. Damien has your reward.
That dandy.
After all, it was but a contract.
Thank you.
Yeah, fucking double for that. I did twice the work.
I give you more than a dozen barrels of Sonreal, a wine normally reserved for the ducal table.
Okay.
The gustatory experience of a lifetime awaits.
Extra
Are you
potion.
content?
Feels like a second distinction. I'm honored. Thank you.
I trust you shall make good use of it. In a moment I shall speak to Siana. Will you assist me?
Okay,
You
good.
returned my sister to me, yet you also showed me her horrendous deeds. As head of state, I must judge her fairly. But she is my sister. Thus my heart bleeds for her.
Yours
If my
does not
presence
for
will
you.
help in any manner, of course I'll stay.
We shall now question a person implicated in the murders which recently ravaged our fair city of Beauclair. Captain de la Tour, show Sylvia Anna in.
So... should I have dropped the fucking news? Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. Back turn to your enemy.
The Witcher will take part in our talk.
The Duchess requested I be present.
You have committed crimes. Grave crimes. Yet you are my sister, and my heart does not allow me to treat you as a common criminal. Thus I have asked Geralt to advise me, as one impartial. I shall now hear what he has to say.
No matter the mitigating circumstances, whatever they may be, Siana is a criminal and should be tried as such. And punished as such. Her guilt is clear.
She doesn't even
Your
have
words
guilt.
sadden me greatly, Witcher. But I cannot deny their logic. Siana, you shall be tried and given a fitting punishment. Yet we shall never cease to be family. As Duchess, I shall have to judge you. But as your sister, I shall never stop loving you. Will you forgive me?
Shit.
I shall never forgive you.
What a good ending. Everybody dies this time. What a fucked ending. God. I really failed. I fucking... What? I thought I would have another shot to say... what? So my logic was I would have another shot to say she was going to kill you. I didn't want to be disrespectful in their honor bullshit and get... disrespect her and say it in front of I wanted to say it to the side. But we get to see the other ending, because I'm fucking reloading this. I get to see what happens if they both die. We all want to know.
Need some flowers. A wreath, or...
I've none. Sold everything. I was just on my way out. No sense hanging about with nothing to do. Should come as no shock, sir. Had the funeral. Folk took it all. Men, women, children. All wished to lay a bouquet on the Duchess's grave. Windflowers, peonies, gladioli.
Shit.
But she liked common roses best. I know. Her ladies-in-waiting would come here at times. I'd choose the loveliest blooms for her. Fragrant, big petals, the kind that last a long time. I've still not come to terms with it. To be killed by her own sister. How could it happen?
I let it happen. I let her down.
Quickly. Unexpectedly. She was gone before I understood what was happening.
I know you. You're that Witcher from the north. The one that saved us from the beast.
Mm-hmm. Could say that.
Wait here. Take these.
Thought you were out of flowers.
I put a bouquet aside. I was to take it to her myself. But you have it. I know you held the Duchess dear.
How much do I owe you?
Not a copper. Keep your coin and raise a toast in her memory tonight.
Do just that. Farewell.
That sucks. I let everybody... Not only did I didn't end up in jail this time, but I fucking let both people die. Fuck. I gotta place the flowers on the grave now. You gotta see this through. It's too late.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Without Duchess Anna Henrietta, our duchy's no duchy at all.
No duchy at all.
Ow!
It would make me all sad. Damn it.
Now I shall sing you a song. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yo, big boy fucking can't get through one door.
To bury the murderous lass in one crypt with the Duchess. It's not decent.
Madgararo, no. She was the Duchess.
Witcher, I was certain you'd departed.
Couldn't. Anna Henrietta was...
Wondrous. Beautiful. Good. The best ruler one could hope to have. Yet I let her down.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one expected Sienna to do that, persist to the end. And none of us did anything to stop her. 'Cause there was nothing we could do.
I suppose you are right. But when someone so beloved dies, one cannot help but search one's soul for blame. And even the
I should have
hardiest
said
knights
something
grow
last
faint-hearted.
second. I fucked up.
Pay my respects.
I didn't know we were gonna
Duchess
interview her
farewell.
fucking seconds later.
White roses. They were her favorite. Go inside then. She lies in the ducal crypt. In one room with her murderer. Despite my protests.
What? Who decided that?
The Regent's Council. A pack of old men who've statutes and codices for hearts. Ducal blood flowed in Sienna's veins, and she was never legally disinherited. So they ruled she should lie alongside Anarietta.
Holy shit. Legally. Isn't like the Queen's word law? Why the hell would I do both? Fuck that. Both bullshit.
I regret it ended this way, that I failed to prevent it. Hope you can forgive me. Rest in peace.
Her guards tried to stop it. She stopped her guards.
Stylish crypt, quite subdued. Yes, this is the kind of eternal resting place I dream of.
Moments like this, I never know if you're joking or serious.
Serious, Geralt, serious. It's remarkably peaceful, subtly charming to the hilt. A perfect match for the Duchess's dignity.
True.
Ah, you humans, you'll never cease to amaze me. To feel despair in the face of natural processes to which you are predestined.
But before it had the time, before time though.
I've come to take you from this place, my friend. Dare say you deserve a speck of respite after the mad whirl of the last few days.
Taking partying? Man, you're right. I've had a rough few days. Take me
Those
to
deaths I failed to
Jamaica.
prevent. Feel pretty awful right about now. Can't help thinking I could have done more. Now Toussaint's left without a ruler, or more accurately, chaos rules here. Hand in hand with despair. Duchess won over people's hearts. All Beauclair now weeps for her.
A mass outburst of emotion. Well, it seems her subjects have adopted some of their recent ruler's traits.
Why the sarcasm? Thought you liked Donna Henrietta.
I did. And I do truly rue her passing.
Me too.
Then let us drink.
Always seemed to me you were a very complicated creature by nature. Not one to resort to such simple methods like drinking your worries away.
There exist worries for which they're quite simply, it's no other medicine.
True.
Whatever you say about
Big
Siona,
true. Bottoms
gotta
up,
admit,
boys.
She was unbending.
That she was. I do admit it. Though in her case, it would have been better if she had been a tad more philosophical, pausing from time to time to reflect on the propriety of her actions.
True.
How do you find my personal brew? Not too strong?
Just right.
Credit the local mandrake,
Nice.
the Alrauna diabolus variety for that. The tubers which grow in this area's volcanic soil have an altogether unique flavor profile and display a remarkably uncommon dark brown tint.
Fascinating. All I can say is this batch turned out excellent.
Indeed. It might be wise to stockpile some roots for the future. Would you care to accompany me?
Oh man, right now? I mean... Fuck. Hold on, I'll be right, B. Let's go. Let's do it.
If you think it's a good idea, let's go. But I think you might be forgetting one thing. Fresh mandrake root of this variety is highly toxic, even to a witcher.
Ah, not a problem. I never forget matters of safety and hygiene in alchemy. Here,
Nice.
gloves and a mask. Don them, and you shall be in no danger.
Thanks.
Really?
Right then, let's go.
This moonlight makes me, oh, so dreamy.
Penny for your thoughts. Let me guess. Succubus twins?
No.
Succubus. Guac guac. Oh, I lost my drip. What was it even doing, man? Hold on, it's coming to me. It's called a gas mask and gloves. Fuck. Change my shit all the way over to that. Oh, I did keep the drip. Okay. Quest items, nice. On me at all times. Oh, you can't wear the mask and the glasses? Come on. Well, fuck you then. I'm putting the ears on. Well, fuck you. I'm putting the mask on. You can't double up. I want to run it up.
Oh, how anything can look interesting when properly lit.
Even an old necrophage corpse?
You've not an ounce of refinement in you, have you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I need 2.
Now, where'd that bloodsucker go? Won't be easy to track down. He's a vampire, after all. Damn it, where'd you go?
This on purpose.
Regis!
You raise your hand against the vampire!
I did what I had to do!
Uh-oh, they're coming to kill him?
Those Bruxay, they called you a traitor.
Yeah.
We've a very simple code of honor, we vampires. So simple you might call it trivial. Either one is with us, unconditionally, regardless of the circumstances, or...
Won't let it go, will they?
They will not. Fortunately, we've another rule, an unwritten one, and just as trivial as the first. It is neatly summarized in the saying, out of sight, out of mind. That is why I must leave Toussaint. For a vastly long time, most like.
Forever.
Yeah, I get it.
Let us make for my camp. I've an overwhelming desire to have another drink.
Now he's got to relocate. Fucking sucks.
Supreme bouquet. Firm, defined beginning. Then develops gently, rising to a startling finish. Don't you think?
Of course.
Not much of a connoisseur.
Then it is high time you started your education. After all, the Corvo Bianco vineyard is now yours. By the way, I left a gift for you at your new home. On the nightstand.
Thanks. Mind telling me what it is?
A trifle. That
Wouldn't
will
be a gift
nonetheless
then.
be useful should you need mutagens. Incidentally, have you thought about what you'll do with your prize? Shall you hang your swords over the mantle and take to pruning vines?
No, just not the life for me. Sure, might stop by there occasionally, stay the winter, fill up on wine.
Fill up on wine.
But I'd rather keep moving. It's not a choice being a Witcher. And once you are one, you're one for life. You can't
going
just step
back.
off the path.
Mm-mm.
Besides, plenty of work left for me in the world. Ghouls aren't gonna kill themselves.
Rather droll, isn't it, that each time we meet, something harrowing must happen?
Mm-hmm.
I can remember a night, not too far from here if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, the
we hid
blizzard.
in a cave while a blizzard raged all about. Does that sound at all familiar?
How could it not? We just set off to rescue Ciri from Vilgefortz.
Oh, our encounter with Vilgefortz. That is something I do not remember so fondly. But that first stay in Beauclair, far calmer than this one.
Seemed like a land straight out of a fairy tale back then. Its sole problem, cellars too small to accommodate all that wine.
Appearances, Geralt. Appearances, like Mamoons and Dopplers, deceive. So what did become of Vilgefortz?
Killed him. Sure wasn't easy, though. What about you? Any idea where you'll go?
Distance is of the essence. I thought I might venture south.
Nilfgaard?
Why ever not? The Nilfgaardians are a modern society. None there believe in vampires anymore. This fact alone could be very useful to one wishing to remain incognito.
Interesting point of view. I so don't feel like going anywhere. Sit here a while longer?
So we shall, my friend. We have witnessed, and in fact on several occasions incited, many great and weighty events. After all that toil, I believe we deserve a bit of a rest.
That we do.
Here it is. That everybody fucking dies, run through. You seen it here first. I know, I let him die, But look, it's just a game. We're gonna reload and do it right. If I can do it right. You never fucking know. Do you? Really never
Geralt
know.
had to face Eredin, but could only hope to beat him with the help of friends. The Wild Hunt could be defeated with exceptionally
Got a
powerful
friend in me.
So Triss and Yen set out to reconvene the Lodge
Got
of
a
Sorceresses.
friend.
Avalach, too, began to lay plans of his own. The Elven sage decided to erode the King of the Hunt's support in his own realm. With Geralt in tow, he ventured through other worlds to the city of Tirnalia. There they found Eredin's viceroy, Gels. Gels had been a loyal subject of the Alder folk's previous king. When he learned Eredin was a regicide, he agreed to help defeat the usurper.
Halt!
Need to...
In the map.
Need... I promised.
So if you don't talk to her, you don't find out she's a killer, then you really don't have a choice. I see.
The Witcher will speak with the inmate. You can take a momentary break.
As long as it's truly but a moment. Highly irregular, this.
Hey, Sienna. Sorry to intrude, but I gotta ask you something.
I've nothing to say to you. You're the one who put me in here. Have you forgotten?
Sure, but you are here. So what's the harm in talking? Got something better to do?
What do you want? Be brief.
Went to a place where Beauclair's beggars congregate. Found proof that you'd planned your sister's demise. Anna Henrietta. She was Dettloff's old...
Bruv.
Raw.
You were...
Just like to know what's going on around me. Can't stand confusion, unexplained situations.
Have you come to ask me what drives me? What my motives are?
Actually came hoping to learn something. It's clear you were out for vengeance. Against those who drove you from the palace? Curse of the Black Sun. That was their reason.
It's night.
They were
so the pay.
Didn't have it easy, give you that much. Still no excuse for what you did.
I didn't expect you to understand. I need no sympathy. Not from you, not from anyone. I regret nothing. If I could turn back time, I'd not decide otherwise at any juncture. They all deserve to be punished. My sister most of all.
Enough. Your visit's done.
Ah, thank the stars.
She's only pissed off because her sister never jumped up and went to find her. Which is true. She should be upset, but not. This is over. Stop. She should have just came back when she knew her sister was in charge.
Commander de la Tour would like to see you. Shall we go at once?
The thing is, her sister never sent her there.
Wanna see him too.
Or exiled her. Parents did. Neither of them had control of what was going on.
Geralt, it's about time. Ready for the ceremony?
Got some important information. Anna Henrietta was supposed to be Dettloff and Syanna's 5th victim.
You are certain of this?
Completely. Found proof.
Inconceivable. How could she? The murders, the mayhem she brought down on the city, were they not enough? She sought to strike down her own sister, her liege. Traitor. I must alert my men. Enlarge the Duchess's honor guard. Make certain Sylvia Anna is closely watched during the questioning. I'll see to it personally. I thank you, Witcher, for alerting me, and I appreciate your attentiveness.
Let's begin the ceremony. Come with me. The Duchess awaits.
So who has a fucking... This is what got me. They said ceremony, not trial. They jump one to the other. They have the fucking trial at the ceremony.
In the Geralt's name, I beg your assistance, your enlightened highness.
Alright, he gets fucking help.
I shall
thank your grace, Geralt.
My dear subject, for now.
Geralt of Rivia, slayer of the beast
Yes.
of Beauclair. Step forth.
We bestow the distinction upon the Witcher, who saved Beauclair from the terrible beast. Such is our desire. May the symbol serve as a reminder to all that the Witcher shall forever remain a friend of Beauclair.
Beauclair.
In more familiar terms now, I thank you immensely, Geralt. Damien has your reward for you. After all, it was but a contract.
Thank you.
I have a small
It
surprise
was
for
more
you,
than a
in addition.
contract. We family.
I give you more than a dozen barrels of Sonreal, a wine normally reserved for the ducal table. The gustatory
I still get that if
experience
she
of a
dies.
lifetime awaits. Are you content?
Alright. got bad news. It's the only way I can stop it.
And truly grateful, Your Grace.
Okay, he's grateful.
Sadly, I'm afraid I have to sour the mood. It's Sienna. She plotted to have you killed, Duchess. Planned to use Dettlaff. You were to be the beast's 5th victim.
This cannot be true. You're mistaken. You must be.
Stop.
I have proof.
I do not believe it. In a moment I shall speak to Sienna. Will you assist me? You returned my sister to me, yet what you tell me now I find devastating. I've come to doubt that I can judge her fairly. I'd far prefer to learn you're mistaken, Geralt.
I'm not. In fact, I'd recommend you be particularly careful around her.
You exaggerate, Witcher. She is my sister. I know well how to speak to her.
If my presence will help in any manner, of course I'll stay.
Fuck, I don't even get an answer this way.
We shall now question a person implicated
changed
in the murders
everything.
which recently ravaged our fair city of Beauclair. Captain de la Tour, show Sylvia Anna in.
You can't get close to her after I told her she was gonna kill you, right? If you die, I'm gonna be pissed. I warned you. Everybody heard it.
The Witcher will take part in our talk.
The Duchess requested I be present.
You have committed crimes. Grave crimes.
Can't
Yet you are
let
my
anybody
sister,
get harmed.
and my heart does not allow me to treat you as a common criminal.
These persons, these
Nor does it let
ladies
me
should
believe
both
you
live.
sought my demise. My heart yearns to know you were swayed by the monster Dettlaff. You yourself would never stoop so low. Thus I have asked Geralt to advise me, as one impartial. I shall now hear what he has to say.
Fuck. This could change everything. Alright, I'm gonna do...
No matter the mitigating circumstances, whatever they may be, Sienna is a criminal and should be tried as such. And punished as such. Her guilt is clear.
Your words sadden me greatly, Witcher. But I cannot deny their logic. Sienna, you shall be tried and given a fitting punishment. Yet we shall never cease to be family.
That pissed her off.
As Duchess, I shall have to judge you.
Is that what pisses her
As
off?
your sister, I shall never stop
Shit.
loving you.
That's what kills her? Those two decisions? No! No, 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 no!
Will you forgive me?
No! No! I gotta skip this. I can't watch them die again.
Need some.
Should, but she.
Alright, I'm gonna try this one more time.
How?
Wait.
So I don't think I can stop them both from dying. I can let... Fuck. Well, I'm taking the money and everything, so... I'm not going back to jail. Thought I was a traitor. At least I keep my dignity. I can't help her from wanting to kill herself. That's the problem. I can do everything right. She'll still sacrifice herself for the greater good.
Geralt had to face Eredin.
That
Could only
is
hope to
the
beat him
problem.
with the help of friends. The Wild Hunt could be defeated with exceptionally powerful magic. So
There's
Triss
nothing I can say to her sister either.
Avalach too began to lay plans.
I'm just gonna make him say that they're fucking family. And don't trial her, because I think when she makes that fist, that's what pisses her off. I'm like, because I think I can say in anything, but like, I shouldn't sentence him to jail, because she's like, alright, I'm fucked. I'm going to jail.
Halt! In the map.
Need. Promise.
This is crazy.
Hey,
I'm gonna do this super quick.
When on
Bra.
Regis, where it?
You've.
Action.
It's not.
They were.
So the pay. I didn't. If I.
Enough.
Uh.
Commander da.
Let's.
Super quick. Like it never even happened.
God.
You are.
Need to ramp up his guards.
I think. Let's.
The only thing I can do.
I shall.
Your.
My dear. For now. In more.
Something.
Thank you.
Hold on. We'll figure it out when I get there. Bad news. For sure. Has to be bad news.
I do. In a.
The last thing was something. I already forgot. Hold on.
We.
It's gonna be.
The
Ask me to stay.
You. Nor. Thus.
Go to the Duchess. Alright? Maybe we're like, okay.
Your Grace, as head of state, you should look first and foremost after your dominion. Sienna's actions, what drove them, be damned.
Oh, this isn't gonna make a
To your
difference.
subjects.
You are correct. They are what matters. I must not forget this. Sienna, you shall be tried and given a fitting punishment.
Yet
we shall never
nothing I can do.
As Duchess, I shall have to judge you. But as your sister, I shall never stop loving you.
You can't have
Will you
your
forgive
murderer hug you. Nothing I can do. Can't save people from themselves. I've tried. I've tried. I'm
I
fucking
shall
loving
never
it.
Forgive you.
That can't be a kill. Oh shit! It went right through her neck. Damn, she's drowning on her own blood. Damn it. Dag nabbit. This is how my story ends. Can't I just be the hero? I mean, I was a hero. I got paid. And I didn't get exiled. That's really all I... This is the best outcome. They both die. Because she kills herself by letting her sister hug her. After warning her. I warned her guards. I warned everybody, and I had
Need
proof.
some flowers.
Nothing else I could do.
I've none. Sold everything. I was just on my way out. No sense hanging about with nothing. Shoot, but she...
How?
Wait.
Thought you...
I put it...
How much?
Not to...
Dude.
I said all the right things. No matter what I do. It had to happen. Some people you can't save from themselves. So sad.
Can't afford a barber, let alone my wares.
A barber. Look at this drip, dude. You see this haircut? You think I couldn't afford this? God dang. I'm broke because of it. Oh shit.
Witcher, I was certain you'd departed.
Couldn't. Anna Henrietta was...
Wondrous. Beautiful. Good. The best ruler one could hope to have.
Hell
Yet
yeah,
I let
brother.
her down.
She was a good... I didn't want to let her die. She was the last person I wanted to let die. But at the same time, if she exiles me on the other playthrough, it's like... There's no point. I don't even get paid.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one expected Sienna to do that, persist to the end. And none of us did anything to stop her. 'Cause there was nothing we could do.
I did everything I could do.
I suppose you are right. But when someone so
There
beloved
was nothing
dies,
we could do at the
one
same
cannot
time.
help but search one's soul for blame. And even the hardiest knights grow faint-hearted then.
Come to pay my respects. Bid the Duchess farewell.
White roses. They were her favorite. Go inside then.
Dang.
She lies in the ducal crypt. In one room with her murderer. Despite my protests.
What? Who decided that?
The Regent's Council. A pack of old men who've statutes and codices for hearts. Ducal blood flowed in Sienna's veins, and she was never legally disinherited. So they ruled she should lie alongside Henrietta.
Legally disinherited. She was just sent away. Crazy. I'm not going to both graves. Get the heck out of here. I'm gonna put on the killer's graves. Get out of here. Yeah.
I regret it ended this way. That I failed to prevent it. Hope you can forgive me.
Big regrets.
Rest in peace.
The only way is to let her other sister die. Only way to save the queen.
Stylish crypt.
Get exiled. Lose your payment.
Yes, this is the kind of eternal resting place I dream of.
Moments like this, I never know if you're joking or serious.
Serious, Geralt, serious. It's remarkably peaceful, subtly charming to the hilt. A perfect match for the Duchess's dignity. Ah, you humans, you'll never cease to amaze me. To feel despair in the face of natural processes to which you are predestined. I've come to take you from this
Was
place,
it
my
natural death that's
Dare
the
say you
problem,
deserve a
mate?
speck of respite after the mad whirl of the last few days.
No one's gonna die under my hands.
All those deaths I failed to prevent. Feel pretty awful right about now. Can't help thinking I could have done more. Now Toussaint's left without a ruler, or more accurately, chaos rules here. Hand in hand with despair. Duchess won over people's hearts. All Beauclair now weeps for her.
A mass outburst of emotion. Well, it seems her subjects have adopted some of their recent ruler's traits.
Why the sarcasm? Thought you liked Donna Henrietta.
I did. And I do truly rue her passing.
Me too.
Then let us drink.
Whatever you say about Siona, you gotta admit, she was unbending.
That she was. I do admit it. Though, in her case, it would have been better if she had been a tad more, philosophical, pausing from time to time to reflect on the propriety of her actions.
True.
How do you find my personal brew? Not too strong?
Just right.
Credit the local mandrake of the Alrauna diavolis variety for that. The tubers which grow in this area's volcanic soil have an altogether unique flavor profile and display a remarkably uncommon dark brown tint.
Fascinating. All I can say is this batch turned out excellent.
Indeed. It might be wise to stockpile some roots for the future. Would you care to accompany me?
If you think it's a good idea, let's go. But I think you might be forgetting one thing. Fresh mandrake root of this variety is highly toxic, even to a witcher.
Ah, not a problem. I never forget matters of safety and hygiene in alchemy. Here, gloves and a mask. Don them, and you shall be in no danger.
Thanks. Right then, let's go.
This moonlight makes me, oh, so dreamy.
Penny for your thoughts. Let me guess. Succubus twin? Now, where'd that bloodsucker go? Won't be easy to track down. He's a vampire
He's a sucker.
after all. Damn it, where'd you
Big
go?
suck. Where'd you go?
Regis!
I did what I had to do!
They're so weak. No. I want the loot.
Those
Dang.
Bruxay, they called you a traitor.
Alas, we've a very simple code of honor, we vampires. So simple you might call it trivial. Either one is with us, unconditionally, regardless of the circumstances, or
Won't let it go, will they?
they will not. Fortunately, we've another rule, an unwritten one, and just as trivial as the first. It is neatly summarized in the saying, out of sight, out of mind. That is why I must leave Toussaint. For a vastly long time, most like.
Yeah, I get it.
Let us make for my camp. I've an overwhelming desire to have another drink.
I would too if I was him.
Supreme bouquet. firm, defined beginning, then develops gently, rising to a startling finish. Don't you think?
Not much of a connoisseur.
Then it is high time you started your education. After all, the Corvo Bianco vineyard is now yours. By the way, I left a gift for you at your new home, on the nightstand.
Thanks. Mind telling me what it is?
A trifle. That will nonetheless be useful should you need mutagens. Incidentally, have you thought about what you'll do with your prize? Shall you hang your swords over the mantle and take to pruning vines?
Nah, Witcher life for me, bro.
No, just not the life for me. Sure, might stop by there occasionally, stay the winter, fill up on wine. But I'd rather keep moving. It's not a choice being a Witcher. And once you are one, you're one for life. You can't just step off the path. Besides, plenty of work left for me in the world. Ghouls aren't gonna kill themselves.
Rather droll, isn't it, that each time we meet, something harrowing must happen?
Yes, of course.
I can remember a night, not too far from here if I'm not mistaken. We hid in a cave while a blizzard raged all about. Does that sound at all familiar?
How could it not? We just set off to rescue Ciri from Vilgefortz.
Oh.
Ciri mission, as usual.
That is something I do not remember so fondly. But that first stay in Beauclair, far calmer than this one.
Seemed like a land straight out of a fairy tale back then. Its sole problem, cellars too small to accommodate all that wine.
Appearances, Geralt. Appearances, like Mamoons and Dopplers, deceive. So what did become of Vilgefortz?
Killed him. Sure wasn't easy, though. I so don't feel like going anywhere. Sit here a while longer?
So we shall, my friend. We have witnessed, and in fact on several occasions incited, many great and weighty events. After all that toil, I believe we deserve a bit of a rest.
That we do.
And it's official. The 100% playthrough of the DLC Blood and Wine. Blood. Let's fucking go, boy. End game of the DLC complete. Just got a few things to settle up in this town. Maybe a side mission or two, and we're back on the regular mission, boy. We're gonna do it right. This is just too many credits. Now, of what? Yennefer. What? Okay, I'm just on that quest.
Where's that coot gone this time?
Can't hear anything, but might want to look around anyway.
Ow!
Tracks? Trampled grass and bloomers. Not the kind of mourning he meant, though.
Oh! Hey!
Bloomer.
My health. It's all I ask for.
Graves dug up. Thing is, grave robbers don't usually wail and moan that much.
Lovely trifles. Oh.
Ah!
Lepiota, where only my spirit is willing as my flesh is weak.
Empty wine bottles. Leftovers. Big to do? Not likely.
I almost dumped my
Lots of tracks. Not much I can glean from them, though. Gotta come back after dark.
Midnight dark enough?
Damn it. More fighting. Noises coming from the catacombs, it seems.
The guard brings peace to our domains. Flout its writ and rot in chains.
So, noises coming from here. Not a soul. Strange. Doesn't look anything like a grave hag's lair either.
Wonder time.
Might be noisy, but doubt they're the source of the sounds in question.
The heck is that? Kitty cat. Scary. The Witcher does have jump scares.
Here lies Margot de Corentin. Smashed, as if someone threw it against the wall. Louis de Corentin died on the day of Saint Zoetham's remembrance. Noises started right around then. Louis de Corentin died on the day of Saint Zoetham's remembrance. Noises started right around then. Pretty fresh. Funeral wasn't too long ago. Gold. Can't be grave robbers. None worth their salt would have left this. No sign of monsters or grave robbers. Bit of a mess, that's all. Maybe this isn't the spot after all. Strange.
Well, duh, it's not the spot.
Noise is clearly coming from that tomb. Impossible.
So wait, I had to search it to leave to come back? Yeah, it's definitely coming from here.
Something's not right. Need to hide, see how things play out.
Definitely right.
You'd rather lie about all day, flipping those cards like some dwarf. Disgusting.
Indeed. Far better to stand at the door of Lepioda's temple, mumbling prayers from dawn till dusk.
Ingrid, I prayed for you, that you would cast off the yoke of gambling.
Fine job you did of it. Seems the gods had also heard enough of your cackling. And you? Why are you here? This is a private conversation.
What's this argument about, anyway?
Sod off! Not your concern.
Could help you resolve it.
I know not your name, but you must help me. I refuse to spend eternity at the side of this heathen. Remove him from my crypt at once!
Slow down. What's the problem?
This is my crypt, and this saintly shrew harangues me even in death. An eternity of nagging, the misery!
I was blind and a fool to marry him. He's a slave to the cards, prepared to wager his own child on a round of Gwent.
Once, damn it, and as a jest. How many times must I explain? And who sank our fortune into some silly statue of Lepioda?
Piety. That was my cause. The prophet immortalized would have transformed this land of blasphemy and betting. How was I to know it was all a fraud?
Because I warned you some 500 times!
Quiet! Shut up, both of you! Look, if there's to be peace and quiet here, one of you's gotta go. Need to move one of you out.
Yes, take him. Please, do so, and I shall tell you where I hid his lucky Gwent cards.
What? I knew it was you! And now, you would evict me from my crypt, then pay for the deed with my cards!
Shouldn't have bitched so much.
Blast it all! Had I those very cards at the tournament in Belhaven, I'd still be alive. It's your fault, you pox incarnate, that they stabbed me to death.
They murdered you for your debts. I had nothing to do with it.
Come, I heed this good book-thumping wench. Mind, I know well where she hid those cards. I'll tell you myself, as soon as you've removed her.
No way.
Need to think about it. All right, gotta move one of them out.
Thus spake the prophet Lepioda. Thou shalt not play for coin.
After which he promptly added, "For you shall have none left for me!"
Heretic, shut your mouth! I shall speak to you no more!
He's gotta go.
I see you fell for
She
that
fucked
pious
him.
tart's dribble. Drats! Ah, well, then listen. I've a request. Be a good fellow and set me in the chamber of the Gwent Friendship Society of Beauclair. It's just round the corner.
You a member?
That's just it. I was not. But I would have dearly liked to have been. And joining them in death shouldn't bother anyone.
Certainly doesn't bother me. I'll do it. Where's this chamber?
Once you enter the catacombs, go straight. The chamber will be on your right, near the corridor's mouth, and I thank you.
Whoa, what the heck happened to her? Ha! Dang, they couldn't have put aside their differences at all.
Let's go.
Some people just not meant to be together.
Chamber Louis mentioned. Gotta be. Private chamber. Right honorable members of the Gwent Friendship Society of Beauclair. This is it.
Well, there's a bunch of people here.
You gents also looking for that Gwent club?
What the poking devils? Who are you? Who sent you?
So many questions, so few answers.
Blimey, we're the plumbing philosopher. Get the smarmy cat diddler, lads.
What the heck?
I only had a crown for every time a bunch like this. Ugly bastard.
If I had a hand, I'd have a fucking pocket full of hands. Well, that guy's not doing too good in the wall there.
I do.
Curse the wall.
Right. High time Margot paid up.
Oh, this is a dual reward, yeah. He should have gave me the Gwent cards for putting them in that spot too. I just dumped them on the side of the road. What the heck?
Done. Now where you got those cards?
Leave the city through the Cooper's Gate, then veer right. Our house is easily recognized. A tree adorns the sign above the door. I buried the chest in the garden, beneath the rose bush.
Tree on a sign, rose bush. Think I got it.
Might I ask what you did with Louis? True, he knew nothing in life but Gwent, but I would still prefer he not spend eternity in a ditch or privy.
Don't worry about it. Found him a nice place. Ought to feel right at home. Farewell.
Definitely did.
It matters not that a man's as fit as a fiddle, if he never gives his lady a roaring
Reginald Aubrey has returned, not to be missed. Buy your tickets now, available from me alone.
hiking.
Keep calm. Start no brawls.
Drinking. The most fun you can have with your clothes on.
With a
Give me
song.
strength.
The tree with the song?
Medallions
Need to
humming
go
around. Something's not quite right. Tree on the sign. Must be the house.
A tree on the sign. Wait, you got me going back, yo. What is going on? Oh, I see. Oh shit. I'm on a roof. Oh! Get the shit out of
Bush. All right. Nothing here. Just like she said.
Nice. There's more. More than meets the eye. Wrong here. Doesn't work on every door. Just that one door. What? That? That's pretty decent. What the heck am I missing here? Just didn't register the pickup, you think? This has got to be crazy. This is literally crazy. We don't have to go crazy because we'll just reload. I just gotta see what time we're working with here. No. Right after I saved them. Probably when I first got to the house.
Geralt had to face Eredin, but could only hope to beat him with the help of friends. The Wild Hunt could be defeated with exceptionally powerful magic, so Triss and Yen set out to reconvene the Lodge of Sorceresses. Avalach, too, began to lay plans of his own. The elven sage decided to erode the King of the Hunt's support in his own realm. With Geralt in tow, he ventured through other worlds to the city of Tir na Liah. There they found Eredin's viceroy, Gels. Gels had been a loyal subject of the Alder folk's previous king. When he learned Eredin was a regicide, he agreed to help defeat the usurper.
Has that just fallen into place? Oh, a key. I didn't even realize I got that. I don't remember this.
Not here.
Oh shit! Scared me again. Jeez, scared the shit out of me. Did me dirty.
All right. Nothing here.
And it's right here. Hidden cards.
Just like she said.
Oh, loot. What the fuck?
And the Gwent cards, as promised.
Really? Man. Missing it. I never miss shit like that. Trivial. Collect my reward. There's only 2 more missions and some contracts I need to do. Not much.
Did you see them? The vampires!
It was a load off my chest when I heard the beast had been vanquished.
Hey there, I'm done. Cemetery ought to be real nice and quiet now.
To sleep in my own bed once more. The clogs has grown intolerably loud. The punters bellow like men possessed. One madman especially, always shouting, "Order in, order in." But tell me, at the cemetery, what was it? Beasts, as you claimed?
Nope, just a marital spat.
That's it? But they hollered like skewered polecats. Sorry to bother you with such a trifle. Here for your trouble.
Thanks.
You're still here, but you're the very reason that Chris is dead.
Oh, I'm the reason she's dead. They're pissed. Either way, they're pissed at me.
Don't you tread on me!
Don't you tread on me.
Don't you tread on me!
Oh!
What? Really?
Ah! Viva Toussaint!
The tournament. Am I too late to sign up? With one slot free for anyone willing to play the Skellige deck.
Get a cair en Toussaint van en Toussaint.
Yes, a face no ointment could help.
I assure you, Skellige is just as strong as the other factions. It shall soon be considered canon. Of this I'm certain.
I don't know. Always been an Nilfgaard man myself. I must give it some more thought.
Geralt of Rivia. Saw a notice about a Gwent tournament.
By all means, you've come to the right place. I am Count Martin Monnier, organizer-in-chief. Our tourney's more than mere diversion. We've a mission, see? To spread word of my brother's brainchild, Skellige, a new Gwent faction.
These new cards. Tell me something about them.
Their design embodies the Isle's spirit. The rage-filled potency, the rough, brutal beauty. Famed Skelligers, heroes of lore, berserkers and beasts, ogle us from the cards. Bran Tuirsek is the faction's leader, of course.
And the other famous Skelligers?
Hjalmar and Cerison Kreite, naturally, though not conjoined. Also Hemdall the hero, the venerable druid Ermion, the list goes on.
New deck? Where'd you get the idea? I mean, why bother?
All Beauclair knows me as a great lover and promoter of Gwent. My brother, dead for some time now, was known to be the same. We shared another great passion, travel. Spent a great many years at sea in our youth, marking out our territory in multiple corners of the world. Yet the one that truly grabbed us by the stones were the Skellige Isles. The stormy sea, consumed by a fever, a suicidal awe, dashing itself against somber cliffs. That is the image I retain. It, and others like it, inspired my brother to devise the new faction.
The tournament. Where do I sign up to play?
Right here with me. I've one slot open, but there's a condition. You must use cards of the Skellige faction. You see, I've already asked a great many seasoned players to do the same. Alas, all fear novelties, disdain process, care too much for the climax, for winning. So they insist on playing with their tried and true decks.
Long story short, you need a sucker who'll risk it. Take a stab at proving Skellige's no worse than the established decks. Best way to do that'd be to win this tournament using your brother's cards.
We understand one another perfectly, I see. Behold this trophy, standing stiff and strong. It could be yours if you win.
Not bad. Could look great in my house. On the sideboard, maybe. All right, I'll give it a shot. Play using the new faction.
That is an exceedingly good rub to my loins. Just one
I'm not rubbing your loins, brother.
I can only provide you a basic Skellige deck. My brother, alas, gave away or lost many key cards.
What?
No chance I can win the tournament with these cards?
An issue easily resolved. You must simply face local Gwent competitors. Win the missing cards from them. Besides, it would be very good practice for the tournament itself. Here, the cards I can spare you. Take them, please. The rest I keep for myself, for I too intend to play as Skellige.
Really?
Has such extraordinary new colours, so that the bearers charge him less if he dyes their skirts. Actually, you don't even believe that.
Holy shit. Yeah. Pretty juiced up deck, but not enough. Oh, unit cards? Shit. Who's the coolest? This dude, fuck yeah. Knocking that dude out.
Arrogant bastard. Arrogant bastard.
Oh, handsome!
Oh.
The beauteous chap tails have got the roaring
Ooh.
Guillaume,
Good tactic. Greetings, Geralt.
what are you doing here?
Good late greetings, Geralt. Good tidings? Greetings, Geralt.
The beauteous chap tails have got the roaring heartburn.
The hell? What just happened?
Viva la fête!
Whoa!
Don't push.
I buy, I sell, I barter. Gadzooks! I do everything but scrap.
Long live Toussaint!
Siege you, Geralt.
Calm down.
Watch it.
Watch where you step.
Night, love, and wine counsel no half-hearted
Consider
measures.
yourself. Excuse you.
Good day! Good day!
The beauteous chap
Darn you.
tails have got the roaring heartburn.
Ah, Duchess.
I shall go.
Or perhaps wipe your boots before you take another step. Don't slurp your food. Don't eat with your hands. Don't pick your teeth with your knife.
What?
Oh, I'm just jesting. You, sir, clearly were not born in a barn. Welcome to the Pheasantry, the best auberge in all the duchy.
Are you a doer? Duelist? Alright, you're on.
One damsel sent night
You're
after
fucking
night into the
on.
woods to bring glory to her name.
In one moment.
As it turned out, she was working with the estate, sending her nephew straight into a trap.
They say
This one damsel sent night after night into the woods to bring glory to her name. As it turned out, she was working with Four Fingers' hands.
They say
sending
a
the poor
great
fool
deal
straight
about
into
you,
a trap.
Witcher, and whisper
Unbelievable.
even more.
Labiota's wounds. Oh, I must have eaten something rancid.
Yes, a face no ointment could help. They say a great deal about you, Witcher, and whisper even more.
Long live Toussaint!
What now? Without our Duchess?
Oof, my belly.
Work doth one noble, sloth doth one gratify. They say a great deal
Sorry.
about you, Witcher, and whisper even more.
Adieu, Kaiser.
Don't drink wine. Distill it instead poach from tree bark.
Yes, a face no ointment could help.
Welcome to the Pheasantry.
I know you're busy, but round of Gwent?
Even more.
She said, yeah. You're fucking on. I already pre-built my dick. Throwaway card. Pulled the same card. Huh. What do I have the biggest to gain from using, or the littlest to gain? Yeah, archer. Not. Archer has no buffs. Okay. That's why I would use Archer. Archer has no buffs that I'm aware of. Eight with the buff. Oh. Does. My opponent wasted their turn. W. Let's go hard. I already did. Oh shit! What? Damn, ranged. Ranged fucks me. Okay. I should have used this one. My last roundabout. This could have been bad. I'm still ahead. Oh boy. I'm chilling at 60, dog. Three cards that could. Oh, really? You motherfucker. Damn, how the fuck is this happening? How are they so stacked on cards? Oh, I have my card ability. How am I supposed to win that? Low bets?
What now?
Don't bet so high and she
Without
won't be
other
as good.
Welcome to the pheasant trick.
I know you're busy, but...
Beautiful trade out. Alright, I have to play this a lot smarter. It never had, dude. It's like they know my deck. Makes sense to do this. Let's see what else this guy does. I'm probably one-upping him on this one. How the fuck do I beat this kind of deck bullshit? Probably like that. Easy. Easy peasy win now. Fucked up. Why do these guys come back to life? I don't know. Throw him off with this card. Fight fire with fire. How are you gonna beat me now, bitch? But you left my best cards unexposed. Let's go. How you gonna beat that? Level 4? Get. Oh, come on. Yo, this is so unfair. This game's fucking rigged. Fucking rigged. Fucking rigged. Nothing you can do no matter what you do. Why would I ever do this mission? I'm never doing this. Because of that.
Watch it.
I'm gonna kill everybody. Bloodlust. So silly. Over cards. He's going to do it over cards. He's completely snapped. Start down and draw the painting. Painting needs an arrow.
Every last one is free of
That's art. What art have you ever seen that looks like this? Professional Geralt? Never seen real art like this. That's art. Alright, give me a real fucking quest. This is cards that are rigged against you. Sounds about right. Dude's still heavy chilling on the ground. That's why you don't drink, boys. End up in the gutter.
When I think of those days of your ere fate had bound
Bunches, buns, bun pies.
Sir Geralt of Rivia.
You're enlightened.
Free.
The pleasure is all mine, truly.
One hunter.
Greetings, knight.
Wouldn't mind a glance at your...
goodness to the vile. C5. Filths savor but themselves.
Well, see you later.
Got money to blow now.
Remember, Witcher, history is wrote by those who can help.
And where does Celestine wander late? Did not spy him at the film.
Oh my.
One second. Take a little bit of a break, so call it.
Can I shoot your crossbow? My sister saw where this one beggar buried some gold coins.
Imagine having an hour off for work. That'd be crazy. Being at work, especially if you have to drive to work, and then sit and do nothing for an hour, instead of just finishing the job and going home. If you only had the choice. I must keep the show going. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh, 40? Okay. I was looking at the wrong thing.
I must insist, Count. You'll be much, much the safer with us at your side.
Bold, lads.
Yeah, you will.
I find your concern touching, I do. Yet I've long awaited this day. So, you must forgive me, but I shall go through with it as planned. Ah, it seems my guide has arrived.
Greetings.
Greetings to you, White Wolf. I presume you saw my notice? Foolish question. You're here, thus you must have seen it.
Yep.
Forgive me, I should introduce myself. Count Belladal.
Unless I
a
haven't.
great admirer of your deeds.
Thanks. Not something we Witchers hear often.
But Count, sir, do you mean to go off with just this Witcher? A right hardy fellow he is, no ponce, I'm sure. But your expedition's too risky on the whole. And not taking us with you's, pardon my saying it, right
I mean,
daft.
you could just take
You exaggerate,
everybody.
Gilmar. I believe I can manage to survive half a day without someone there to wipe me arse in my stead. My guards lament, Witcher. but
You
must
got the
forgive me.
guards.
Now, to get down to brass tacks. As you've no doubt gleaned from the notice, I've a rather extraordinary proposition for you. I'm a lover, Witcher, of nature. A devotee of the wild. And Toussaint is home to several species not encountered elsewhere.
He
I'd like
bangs
you
the
to
wild?
accompany
Is that what
an
he's trying to say?
expedition Whose aim is to preserve them. Ah, yes. Naturally, you'll protect me should the need arise. My ever-vigilant guards, see, will report any reckless behavior to my wife if I get so much as a scratch. And then woe will be me.
Count Belladal? Famous poultry farmer, is that it?
Well, that was my grandpapa. Dear
Poultry bank.
But my trade is the wine trade. I import the finest vintages to Kavir, my homeland. The very reason for my frequent visits to Beauclair, during which I like to partake of nature, let us say.
Really need a Witcher to partake? Got guards of your own. Take them, save some coin.
I could, surely. But they too deserve a bit of rest, relaxation. Right, lads? Besides, I've plenty of coin. Coin that needs spending. Who dares stop me?
Ah, so this is about a rich man, bored stiff, seeking thrills.
There's also
Jeez.
Clarissa, who...
Vilma, please.
Who what?
My daughter. I always return from my travels with some souvenir or another. She looks forward to them tremendously. But we did not meet to chat about my family. We must discuss our venture, must we not?
We can get a
Need
souvenir.
some details before I can say anything. Where are we going? What am I supposed to do exactly?
In the roundest terms, we shall admire the local flora and fauna. And while we do, I might preserve a thing or two.
Preserve?
Of this device, see, a peristysomac. It captures, likenesses.
A paracesta what?
It's like a movable megascope, capturing moments, transforming them into illusions, based upon which I then paint a painting.
So, you want me with you. looking at animals and flowers and...
Well, that's more or less what it amounts to, yes. Except you will first have to track down the creatures I wish to capture. I know only the very approximate locations of their habitats. Well, and should any trouble arise, we'll have your sword at the ready, right? So...
Oh, he needs a tracker. First off, we talk about the pay.
I couldn't agree more, yes. And I'm prepared to pay a commensurately high fee.
Don't mind if we actually talk about exactly how high that'll be first, do you?
Why ever would I? Please, simply tell me how much you wish to receive.
Hi.
Sublime! We've a deal!
Doesn't seem hard. Be glad to do something pleasant for a change.
Sublime. In that case, here's your map. Before coming here,
200. He said a high fee.
Local hunters. They located the habitats of the species of interest to me and marked out their ranges on the map.
Good thinking. It'll save us some time. Won't need to track. Ready to go?
Yes, let's. The light seems perfect just now.
Might not be perfect by the time we get there. Oh, this guy's a fucking goofball. Holy shit, dude. This guy's a legend. Dude. What a fucking legend, man. Holy shit, dude. Came out with the drip. Fucking tucking his, checking his fit. Holy shit. That's crazy. X marks the spot.
Seems I got the map, so I'll lead. Wouldn't rather be out here with those guards of yours.
You jest. It's deliverance to emerge from under their wings. Believe me, they're overprotective, oppressively so. I wish to admire the wildlife, preserve it, not watch them kill it in a fit of misguided fear for my life.
What if the wildlife attacks us?
Then we shall have no other recourse. I do not wish to be something supper. Do you? But as long as they remain calm, we've no need to provoke them. It's of the utmost importance to me, in fact.
I can make sure they're calm. Don't you worry. I'm Mr. Calm. Where the fuck you going, dude? Let's go. We got one job.
Map says there should be panthers around here. Hunting. Stay close. Keep your eyes peeled like a bear.
But one request, Witcher. Avoid bloodshed, if at all possible.
It worked.
Hear that? Panthers.
Frankly, I did not hear a thing. Clearly, your senses are far more acute than mine. I must rely on them.
Damn poachers. Snares. Looks like they were hoping for a bear. Panther got caught instead.
Will you help the mother?
Give it a shot. Gotta calm her first.
Brilliant.
Likely to lunge at us otherwise.
That's brilliant. You freeing it. Folk call witches heartless. This will put the lie to that.
Parasticemax upset the animals. Better get out of here.
Cannot abide poaching. I'm content you share my love for animals.
Got pretty broad interests for a man of the city.
I suppose I dabble in my share of things. Wine, nature, painting, I imagine the life of a witcher must be rather more monotonous. With all due respect.
It is. Never boring, though.
I, for one, cannot fathom only ever consorting with the same creatures, day in and day out.
Got a wife?
Yes? What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing. Just asking.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Day in, day out, same creature. Nothing wrong with that. That's for damn sure. America, brother.
Shh. Hear him.
It's those...
Centipedes. Giant. Underground tunnel burrowers. Make a distinct sound. We can use that to track them.
Just crazy all over the place.
Sounds loud and clear here. Must be near the nest. We're here.
Well, this vantage point's no good. I shan't capture a good image from here.
All right, wait. We'll find you a better spot that's safe, too. Tread lightly. Giant centipedes sense the
We would have
softest
found a
sounds,
safe place for me
lightest vibrations.
first. Blast it.
You wake
I see
one
you're
up.
simply unreliable.
It wakes up angry.
Excellent day for capturing. Look, exactly what I want. Come, we've disturbed them enough. You were to find a place where I would have a good view. Instead, you ran into their lair.
Sorry, got carried away.
Exhilarating. Positively exhilarating. Thank you. I've one more request. Local peacocks performing their mating ritual. I'd love to see
Let's
that.
go.
Apparently, a flock dwells not far from here.
We can go, just don't count on peeping at them while they mate. Season ended a month back.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh.
I so wish to capture
man.
their splendorous
I wanted to
tales
watch
in full
that.
bloom. Is there nothing you can do if they prove uneager to present? Perhaps challenge them somehow? Goad them?
What did you have in mind? Don't have a tail myself, and I'm not likely to sprout one anytime soon.
My thoughts were
I'm
more
not gonna
along the
bang
lines of
one.
creature magic.
I'll kill
They
it.
say you can exert influence over lesser creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, guess I can try. Can't promise you anything, though.
Splendid.
Oh,
Consider
now I
me
have to
contented.
mind control him to
I
bang.
cannot pinpoint the
Fuck.
fox location,
I'm fucking
but a hunter I know told
stupid.
me a few likely spots. I'll mark them for you.
All right. Let's go find some peacocks.
This is Cupid's whole lore. Entanglement. I got carried away and had to destroy these things. Too dangerous every time I see it.
I was wondering, why peacocks?
My daughter is rather fond of them. There will be a treat for her.
We're close. Eyes in the back of your head.
See it.
A feather from the rump, coated in suet. Cock shed it recently and the suet's got a distinct scent. Ought to be able to track the flock.
A witcher in action. What a treat to watch.
Oh, I can hear it fucking squawking.
Shh. Hear that? They're calling to each other.
Fabulous. We're getting close.
You're right on top of them. What do you want me to do? Kill him?
Oh, that's lovely. Now, if they could just splay the tails.
See what I can do. Find a good spot.
Ready? Use your magic, Witcher. be a masterpiece. Smile, please.
I got them all horned up. Ah!
Giant centipedes. Damn it.
Where did they come from?
Must have followed us. Get back.
Where are you? You need help? No, you're good. It hit me in half? You gotta be kidding me.
Now.
That was tense. I
Tense.
believe I've had my fill of excitement for today.
You think?
What
Finally
a
got your
wonderful
thrill?
adventure.
Get everything you wanted?
Yes.
In that case, time to get back to your camp. Returning your lord to you, safe and sound.
You've our gratitude, Master.
You see, lads, there was nothing to fear.
Thank you, Witcher, for looking after our day count. Seems the jaunt did 'em wonders. Breathed some new life into 'em.
Wait here a moment, Geralt. I have to fetch my coin pouch. Pay my dues.
No need to thank me. Gladly have more contracts like this.
Count's a wonder, ain't he? It's a sad injustice, the misfortune that's touched the family.
Misfortune?
Made no mention, did he? 10 years back, his last, Clarissa's her name, took a spill off her horse. Been bedridden ever since. Cannot walk of her own. She'd been the life of the house before the calamity. A merry sprite what filled every corner with joy. Count would oft take her out on trips.
I love Sprite.
She loved animals too. Excursions he makes now. Or rather,
Who doesn't love
paintings
animals?
he brings home. They's her only window on the wider world.
Sorry to make you wait. Some of your shenanigans proved a little unnerving. Yet I still consider the day a success. Seems even witches have a sense of humour. Do something deranged at times. Good to know.
Yeah, I'm a wild and crazy guy.
So
Reward.
crazy.
Use it well.
Thanks.
I've one other matter
I'm
I wish to broach.
so crazy.
In a few days' time, I shall exhibit my work for some friends, my coterie, so to speak. Would you come by?
Sure, why not?
Why not, if I'm in the area?
Splendid. In that case, I shall see you at my lodgings. I'm staying with a friend while in Toussaint, near a village named Francolar.
I'll be by. See ya.
The side mission shit is good. At least I can get to the picnic. Alright, let's see what we got going on. Whistle. Oh, it's not whistling. Fuck. This is not that far. We're almost there. The horse gets stuck on so much shit at the same time, it's almost better to run. Oh yeah, wait until tomorrow now. Tomorrow doesn't mean 24 hours. Tomorrow means tomorrow.
Rather suited for pleasant mirth.
I've 3 doublets, none of which are suitable to show myself
The wilds of Tucson harbor innumerable fascinating
Yes, sir.
creatures.
Greetings
Its
and
picturesque meadows
welcome.
and
We all
untouched
trust in
woodlands
you,
are
Witcher.
home to one of the
Let us
most
down.
dangerous species of Myriophoda, this side of the Yaruga. The Beauclair
Yo, he's just doing selfies while I'm killing shit. Look at him, kissy face with the fucking. I need this one.
and calcium carbonate carapace.
Yeah. Oh, dude, these paintings are fucking awesome.
Formidable predators. The bees prefer to hunt in packs. Yet the author of this extraordinary work was able to capture a lone specimen preparing to attack. Cast your eye
Why
on
did
the
they take my?
hunter.
Oh yeah, my glasses
Though
have been
fully
always been
aware of
off.
the danger, wears a look of cold determination.
Dude, this one's fucking awesome with the fucking kissy face. Oh my gosh.
Ah, Geralt, you're here. Wonderful. Come, please.
This is insane. I need to buy this art. They did that on purpose.
I have a small gift for you, and I shan't let you refuse.
A copy of each painting? Please.
You are free to sell it, of course. Though I would be
This
honored
isn't
if
the
you
right
hang it in
one.
your home.
Thanks.
Honestly, I think that was the worst one.
Good crowd. You got a lot of friends. All of them seem to be fawning over your paintings, too.
Oh,
I'll
when you
try
have
and buy
as
'em.
much coin as I do. Friends buzz around like flies on fresh meat, and they praise you to high heavens for each trip, burp, and sneeze. Not all are lying sycophants. That's not what I mean.
True,
Just
true.
most, unfortunately.
Why bother? Why even invite them around?
I'm a man of enterprise. I must put my trade before any personal hatreds or sympathies. Besides,
Besides,
At times, I'll exhibit a completely failed painting, just to listen to them twist their tongues into knots, trying to find just the right superlatives to lather on smeared rubbish.
naturally, the more intent someone is to get into my good graces, the louder they praise my masterpiece. It's devilish fun, I tell you.
He'll just put a piece of shit and watch them fucking glob on his knob over it.
talk to your guards back at the camp.
That's
Told me
crazy.
about Clarissa. Sorry to hear about her accident.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Clarissa's
Kind
not
words
doing
mean a
good.
great deal to me.
How's Clarissa these days? Probably can't wait for you to get back.
To get her gifts, you mean? I've dispatched 2 already. She'll not need to wait for my return. En route
Oh, she's
home,
already
I
getting
need to
gifts.
pass through Dol Blathana. They say one can see Sylvans there.
Yeah, actually happen to know one. Name's Torquay. He can be mean, but for the right fee, he'll do anything you ask.
Splendid. I thank you for the hint.
Tell him I send my regards.
Well, I want to
Nice
buy your
meeting
other
you.
art.
So long now.
None of which are suitable to show myself.
I want to buy the good one with the kissy face. Can I buy?
It's wonderful to meet the subject of the Baron's new cycle. Such
Fuck.
an opportunity.
I want this. I want this.
About you, Witcher, and whisper ether.
Excuse
Do
me.
you really wish me to comment?
I don't want you to say anything. Just tell me you love me. say anything. Gwent and Gwent. Not fucking ever doing Gwent again. Tired of getting rigged. Unless I eventually get like some crazy deck and I'm versing the wrong person. Because I have a pretty stacked deck, dude. Fucked up. How just powerful they can come in and just instantly, no matter what, get you. And I have a stacked deck. I don't have no freaking chumps deck.
Banquets and wine.
Oh, I still can't whistle for my horse? I'm not gonna run this whole playthrough without a horse. The heck? It would not be right. Yeah, just play without the horse. Just walk everywhere, they say. Huh. They ain't walking. They had Dunkin' Donuts. Driving there every morning. That good ass coffee. You know that Dunkin' coffee claps.
I see you gather before me.
That's
Hungry,
for sure.
terrified, clutching your babes to your breast. Emperor Emir has marched his legions into our lands, laid siege to every...
Speaking of Dunkin' coffee, have you ever tried the Sheets coffee? Ooh, man. You get the custom lattes. You can get like marshmallow, banana, chocolate. That's what I would get. But there's like over like, I want to say 30 flavors. Minimum 20. 40, 50 max. I haven't been there in so long, I can't even remember, but
when he learned Eredin was a regicide, he agreed to
it's a ridiculous amount, and they have every flavor, and they're all clappers. Sheets coffee. Too expensive though. Don't even try it. Cause you'll be like, damn, I just paid fucking $10. Haha. Oh, I got my horse back. Okay. It all worked out. Yeah, but that's just too expensive to be fucking worrying about.
Come on.
Fuck that shit. We paid $20 an hour. Think of that. A half hour's worth of work for one coffee. Sit there for a half hour just to drink coffee. Get the fuck out of here. Just do the math. It makes sense. Time is money. If you're making less than 20 an hour, it's not looking good at all. Make $10 an hour, you spend a whole entire hour fucking around for one coffee. That's robbed. Wait until Trump gets in office, dude. I can't wait. I'm gonna go drill some oil or some shit. I'm gonna get that liquid gold.
Come on, Roach.
Then I'll have a liquid gold stream.
Slow now. Whoa.
There we go.
Faster.
Alright, I need my senses for this. Potatoes. 44 onions. Oh, there's a cave. Perfect. It's obviously in the cave.
Halt, master. A beast lurks in there.
Right. Expected as much, 'cause I...
Shh, quiet, before you wake it. Come, I've camped nearby. We shall talk there.
I'll just go kill it.
What do they call you? What's your crest? Speak!
Name's Geralt. No crest, no motto, no plumed helmet even. I'm a Witcher. Francois Le Goff, I presume. Your betrothed sent me. See, you've been gone a while, so you've got her worried.
Well, indeed, for Grotore is a most fearsome beast. I must prepare properly for battle.
Takes 2 weeks, that?
I have tarried a bit, true, but the delay is done. My word I gave, thus the beast shall die.
Wouldn't happen to need any help, would you?
I don't know. After all, I did swear a solemn oath to...
Deposit the beast's head at your beloved's feet. No mention of you killing it all by yourself, though.
All in all, I suppose you're right. We must fight side by side, then.
But yeah, that
For
loophole. Let's go. Wordsmith. Run, peasant, run. Why is he not on a horse? And why are you running in circles?
But I shall be the one to lop off its head.
You're gonna die, stop.
Strange. No sign of Grotore.
Perhaps we should turn back? If there's no beast, there's no beast. Damn shame, but we tried.
Not so fast. Let's take a look around. Table filled with children's shoes. Doubt I've ever seen a collection this grotesque. Something on the other side. Can't hope to get through. Neither sword nor signs will cut this.
Sword nor sign? And he meant it.
Impressive. You'd think you were in a winter garden.
Oh, that's the way out, because once I kill it, it's gonna be dead. Not this way. Damn, this is the same place?
Cradle filled with children's shoes. Doubt I've ever seen a collection this grotesque.
The fuck, man?
Impressive. You'd think you were in a winter garden. Impressive. You'd think you were in a winter garden.
Alright, I think I got it.
Yes, fellow knight and friend?
Bones. Small skull. Fontanelle's not completely closed. An infant. Various sundries. About a year his day now. Gertori must have taken them from its victims. Seems to be off somewhere. Probably feeding. Need to lure it.
Very well. To work then. Gods, thy will be done.
Alright. Do it. Read. How could I be so naive? I don't know how to do this. Read the entry. Alright, well, we're gonna figure this out tomorrow anyway. Getting too tired to figure this all out. But fortunately, we will be back tomorrow on our regular assorted scheduled time. 1 to 2. Starting then. Got some crazy content I want to hit up before we even get into the stream. This is why gotta get ready for tomorrow, man. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be marvelous. So I hope you guys had a good night. But I bid you adieu. Oh yeah. Take it easy. Have a good night. And we're gonna be continuing the playthrough when I'm not running in circles. So let's get it. I won't be all fucking tuckered, tired out, or whatever. So I hope you guys have a good night. And